Up, Scuzz? How you doing, big dog? I'm gonna be back in 3-ish minutes. I just have some pasta on the stove I gotta deal with. So give me a minute, I'll BRB. We back. Alright, we're back. Let me see here. We got a little bit of that. Get rid of that. Dizzy, how you doing? Starting with a be right back screen, crazy work. I had to rush to the grocery store, buy a bunch of pasta, make it, and then fucking head on back here, so... I've been rushing, dude. There was a tight squeeze before stream to get some food in me. I haven't eaten since my Jello yesterday, so I'm a little hungy wungy right now. I'm about to fucking pig out, dude. Kimdo, konnichiwa, Kimdo. How you doing? What up, Jadu? J-Dog. I'm fine. I didn't sleep at all because I went to a concert, and after that, to 2 different bars, then 4 clubs, then worked all day, so I only got to sit down now, and I'm ready to go to a party. Bro, you are fucking crazy. I don't have the age for that shit. You gotta be like 23 or some shit. Ain't no way you're doing that in your 30s. And you guys are gonna be listening to me eat pasta right now, so sorry. Shit, I'm making a mess. Now, luckily not in my 30s. Yeah, that checks out. Russian? Oh no, Russian, baby. What Russian, huh? Are you Russian, Scuzz? And this isn't what I meant when I said I need snack nudes. Well, it's what you get. Hey, Snack, while you snack, could you give me a quick rundown on how to pick keyframes? I felt like I understood it when you mentioned it before, but when I try to apply it, it becomes impossible to do again. It's the extreme of any motion. really. So if you're walking, think of the highest point in the walk and the lowest point in the walk. Now think of the farthest path of the arm and the maybe not the shortest, but like basically the largest forms, most extreme positions, or the sort of logical end of an action, you know? What would be the end of an action on a punch? What would be the extension, right? And then the follow through. Those would be like keys. The key's the climax, more or less. And it's the beginning and the end of an action. And then if you have complexity within that action, like let's say the arm has a bunch of different arcing paths it turns on. Well, each change in direction you can make as a breakdown. That's how I think of it. I'm not Russian, but I do know Russian because I grew up around it. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, I guess hell yeah, maybe hell nah, but... I'm Canadian, so our political perception of Russia's no bueno. Then first shot, where the camera's panning, but it's a relatively simple motion, do the same rules apply? Yeah, except there would be separate keys. So the character would have its own keys, and the camera would have its own keys. They're two different, like, characters in the scene, so they're treated as two different animation paths. Like, they should be on different layers, they should have their own keys, their own breakdowns, all that stuff. You break it out into as many different chunks as you can. What it do? What up, Ian? How you doing, dog? You don't love me on YouTube no more, Ian? Did we break up on YouTube? I'm gonna be hella nasty, dude. I'm just gonna be slurping down this giant pot of pasta and ground beef. I was, your glasses are missing. Thank you, Kim Dog Jafan over on YouTube. New viewer. Definitely don't know who that is. Yeah, let me turn them on. I think I was doing some shit in Power BI before and I was hitting a bunch of numbers. Give me 1 second here. Is that the key for the glasses? Yes. Oh my god, haha, did you draw that? Yep, all me. I didn't pay anyone to do it. I'm doing good, man. I don't know yet. Twitch works fine, but I miss complaining about the music and being ignored, so I might go back. You got a neglect kink, dude? Based. Wow, can you draw that for me? But I don't have any money. That's okay. You can lend me some time with your mom, and I think we'll work something out. Anyways, I gotta go continue drinking. See ya. Sounds healthy, dude. Do your thing. Push that liver to the limits. Hot. Well, they never said what they were drinking. He's going to drink water. I drink water sometimes. That's all that matters, you know? Even if you gotta get it through your Coca-Cola. What's with art people always assuming everything's a kink? It's probably a side effect of like being chronically online and having like limited social interactions. That would be my guess. Also, when it comes to my Twitch chat, it's probably just a safe assumption on my end. Oh, I have cola. I'm gonna go drink vodka. There you go. Do it up, big dog. Symptoms of gaycade. Gaycade's the cure. It's not an assumption. Snack just knows his audience. Exactly. Sorry, meant Guycade. Well, it is Pride Month, right? By the way, how would you teach a child who's just learning how to draw? I had to supervise an art class, and I realized a lot of stuff I do by default is really hard to explain. If they're kids, like really young kids, like let's say they're 6 to like 10, in that range, I'd probably just tell them to draw whatever they want, you know? I don't think I would go like full fucking tech nerd and be like, right, you gotta draw boxes, this is what a vanishing point is, this is what a horizon line is, this is what happens when you're below, and like I wouldn't do any of that because you're just gonna lose them. I think when they're that young, it's probably better just to get them to have positive associations to art, you know? And I think that would be the focus for me. I would just do fun shit, you know? Drawing characters from shows they like, stuff like that. That would be my approach, I think. If they're interested, if like let's say the whole class is watching like Jujutsu Kaisen, maybe you do a draw along where you draw like the main character or whatever. I don't fucking know. Some shit like that. Alright, I'm gonna hop out. Just waiting for my friend to get here to go to Pride. Have a good stream, Mr. Mouse. Alright, big dog. Oh shit, I gotta drop the Discord notification. Oopsies. I'm no longer sorry for disappearing. How do I gotta... There you go. That makes sense. I think I was a bit thrown because I noticed a student got discouraged when their art didn't turn out as good as they wanted it to. And I don't know how to resolve that. What I would probably tell someone, and this is probably what I tell Chad all the time, is I would just say, you know, it's a good opportunity to teach a lesson. If you're asking me, I would say, you know, you teach them that this negative emotion is just it comes with the territory of learning a new thing, and you can get comfortable with that negative emotion. Doesn't mean the times it won't be bad or whatever. But you can sort of recognize it as a regular thing, and you can basically just like, you know, learn to the more you recognize that, the more it loses power on you a little bit. And not only that, but you can also show them maybe some old art that you used to do and be like, look, this is what I did. This is how I used to draw, and I've improved a lot since then. You know, shit like that. Am I insane, or is the gaming stream going up in price every time I'm here? I don't think it is. I think it's always been like 600k. Yo, Black Knight, what up, dude? Just do the stereotype of, whoa, that's awesome, you did great on this, and let them talk about what it is that they drew. That'll usually encourage them. That's another one too, right? Is just reinforce that, you know, just trying anything is good. And even if it looks like ass, bro, just fucking lie to them. They're kids, you know? They're not gonna remember this shit, and like they'll probably remember the positive stuff you say. They're not gonna remember how ass they were when they were 6 years old, you know? So it's like, just fucking Just lie to their asses. Lie to their asses, dude. Cry. What up, Krim? How you doing, big dog? You know, streaming on Twitch made me realize I really like teaching. I feel like I would do well as like an actual academic teacher in school. I just don't want to do that, you know? And I would probably do it for like some after school thing, or I don't want to do it with like an actual curriculum. Hello, doing good. How are you? I'm good, dude. I'm eating food. For the first time since yesterday. Peak life advice, lie to children. That's right, dude. I think you know, your teaching lessons should be tailored towards the demographic. Now, if they're like 16, 17, something like that, that'd be like, all right, maybe we take it a little more serious, guys. Maybe we got to get into fucking hardcore professional mentality, you know? We're prepping you for the real world. Doesn't mean you have to go hardcore at that point in their age development or whatever, but like, you know. I hate kids too much to teach. I'm not a big fan of kids either, but I am a fan of teaching. And I think I've talked about this before, but whenever I see people, especially in my community, apply stuff regularly that I told them to do and actually get improvement out of it, it's like, it's so deeply satisfying. I don't know how to explain it. By that same token, though, if I tell the same person to do the same thing 10 times in a row, I want to pull my hair out and slam my head into the desk. So, you know, yin and yang or whatever, but... And you got that fun teacher vibe? That's right. The funnest. I'm almost done eating, Pat. I found some old drawings from when I was much younger, and I cringed so hard because I used to remember them being so good. And now my mature eyes would have bullied my younger self. Dude, I have old art from when I was like fucking 23. Because I started drawing really late in the game, you know? I mean, I say that. I've drawn on and off most of my life. But when I say on and off, I mean like a drawing every few years. And then maybe like a burst of drawing for like a couple weeks and then nothing for the rest of the year. You know, I never took it seriously, ever. Until I was in my early 20s. And then I just kind of went grind bro mode. Anyone else been into feet lately? Bro, is that Piss? Piss, is that you? Did you change your name? I think you said this last time, but I forget. Oh my god, this is so much food. Fuck it, I'm putting the rest in the fridge. Be right back. I'm gonna fill my glass of water. I'm stalling, but I promise we'll draw soon. Alright, alright. Alright, Kitten Whiskers. Time to do some freaking drawing, dude. How about that? Catch me outside, how about that? Oops. Time to stand up, get into fucking combat mode. I like being around children because they have a creative mindset that adults don't have because life beats it out of them. That being said, I deal with autistic children, so it's really it's extremely exhausting. It's like being a streamer, dude. Just kidding, kind of. Ooh. Bro, I've been getting fucking scam calls non-stop. Whenever I see a phone number that starts with the same numbers as my phone number, I know it's a scam call. Oh, okay, now I'm full, dude. I'm full of shit. Ooh, ooh, she. That's what the kids are saying these days? Ooh, she. Guys, I've been struggling with this this character. My goal with this character, like, I think it was Ian that was telling me to draw a character doing like an Asian squat, and I've been struggling with it hardcore, dude. For real, for real. First of all, I'm not Asian, so I don't even know what that's like, you know? I can only do a white boy squat, and there's not a lot of depth on it. I told myself today what I was going to do is not draw this character and move on to a different one, and then come back to this one once I had reference, so I don't fucking waste my time just trying to guess everything. Because I feel like I wasted half of stream yesterday just trying to guess the positioning of, like, the features and shit. Ooh, I'm so fucking hungry. Or, I'm so fucking full, dude. Crazy. Snack and his crew be mobbing the golf course? Mobbing. Like Minecraft? It's not, ooh. I don't actually know how that fucking calf would go, dude. Probably like that, and then it's probably mostly covered by this top one here. Something like that. Okay, let me do some cleanup on this bitch. I'm proud of who I am. That's good, dude. It's the month to be proud, dude. I'm hungry, but I don't know what to make because I'm limited on supplies and I don't feel like defrosting a bunch of meat, but it's looking like my only option. Just pop it in the microwave, dog. And then in the pan, obviously, not just the microwave, but... This kind of feels like a squat, sort of. I feel like these legs, the feet need to be a little bit more planted and maybe a bit farther back. Just to get a better center of gravity here. You know what? It's probably fine. I didn't know the plus in LGBTQIA+ was for feet. It's for mathematicians, dude. The gayest of the academics. Just nuke that thing until it's deep fried. I would cost that as a dad joke, but that was a very good dad joke. Thank you. I'm on fire today, dude. You mean crass, right? Or do you mean class? Ooh. Okay, this knee ball needs to be smaller than the other knee ball. I also think this knee ball would be farther out, right? Look at the perspective here. I don't really want to listen to J. Cole no more. I don't know why the fuck it's just been playing nothing but J. Cole. It wasn't really my goal. I just kind of want to listen to hip-hop, but it's just been... I don't hate J. Cole, but I've just been listening to a lot of J. Cole lately. There we go. We'll put on some Mac Miller. Cocteau Twins time. I don't know what that means, but have fun. Knee ball. That's right, the knee ball. This arm is going to be a little bit longer. Probably closer to like a full length. I also think this character needs to be bigger. I'm looking at his head and he's it's a little small. So I'm going to resize him. I just want to get a little bit cleaner on the lines here. You know, last night I was Googling if you can overdose on Jell-O. You can't. But I just had to be sure, because I was eating a lot of fucking Jell-O. Knee is stored in the ball. That's right. J. Cole is okay, but too much J. Cole is not okay. I just want variety. That's what I like about using, like, the stupid AI thing on, hello. On Spotify. It just gives me variety, you know? And I don't have to manually think about it. Hey, Snack. Hey, Sid. Also, how you doing, Cringe? Messy lines have their own charm. They do. I just don't want it to be, like, super duper duper messy, you know? And I also feel like right now the head doesn't feel like proportionate to the body. It's a mix of, you know, logical, like, perspective stuff and, like, a teensy-weensy bit of math, too. And then vibes. Just because I do have to vibe out a lot of these poses. Like, here I'm wondering if the neck would be visible. I don't think it would. Honestly, I feel like the head would be farther over from this perspective, but I don't think it would look very good. So I'm just going to take a liberty and not move the head over. Doing good, sir. How's your day? Pretty good. Pretty good. I ate food, which is nice. It's been, it's new for me, so... I'm trying to think. If this knee ends here, this knee's gonna end there, but the thing is, the hips are tilted on an angle like this, so this knee's gonna be farther back. You can't extend the knee, really. Posse, thank you for the 10 months, dude. Also, Yeti, I saw you earlier, and I think I was distracted. I don't know if she's still here. Yeti, if you're still here, thank you for the... I don't even know how many months it was. I gotta check. I gotta honor that shit. 14 months. Insane. It's crazy to think I've even been alive that long, dude. It doesn't feel like it. Lose the glasses, nerd? Oh, shit. They gone. They gone. Sorry, I missed that. There you go. Now I can't see anything. You know what I should do? I should get a filter effect that makes it so that whenever I take my glasses off, the screen's just blurry. Wouldn't that be fun? Boom, 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 boom. What are you guys drawing today? I'm curious. I want to know if... I know a lot of you guys draw while I'm live, okay? But I don't know how many of you guys. And I don't know what you guys are drawing. And I feel like I don't ask enough. So I'm curious. What are you guys drawing? That forearm needs to be more underneath this. Character designs. Animating unreasonably difficult smut. Classic Jadu. I feel like I guess some of you guys I know what it is. Are song requests on? Before you do a redeem, let me turn it off and on, and then it'll for sure work. But I'm pretty sure. Give me a second here. Songify. I guess it was working already, but. Yeah, it looks like it's working. It looks like it's working. Okay, I'm gonna go recover from this hangover. Need some Gatorade. Damn, dude, everybody's fucked up today. What was going on yesterday? It was weird, because yesterday was a very slow stream. And everybody's showing up today, insanely hungover. Lotta Mortem, Spotify. Yeah, so the way the song requests work is you do there's a redeem at the bottom. So in the channel points redeem, you'll see a request song redeem. It's 5 channel points. Drop your Spotify link in there, and it'll queue up the song. Or you do like Cringy Popsicle and just put in the name of the song. But the issue with that is that sometimes it'll just queue up some random shit that it finds with that title. So it's not always a guarantee. If you want to guarantee queue up the right song, make sure you drop a Spotify link. It doesn't work with YouTube, doesn't work with anything else, only Spotify, sadly. Dave was popping. How you doing, dude? How's school going? Okay, my heels are like probably like this. Shit, I don't work this weekend, so I went out. Long week for some people, probably needed a drink. Are you guys, do you guys solo drink, or do you go out with friends? Actually, I don't know if I want to know the answer to that. I don't know if I want to know how many of my chatters are alcoholics. I think this needs to be lower. Or smaller, maybe. There was just some, like, proportion issues with that foot. It just feels a little big. I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe it just needs to be covered more. Okay, now this guy needs to be bigger. Like, this is the size his head is supposed to be. So let's put him... Let's make him the right size here. Solo drinking is for alcoholics. We all drink in front of a mirror. The piss. The one and only, dude. Upgraded. How long do you think you could go without changing your name, I wonder? I'm doing good. Struggling with programming, of course. Or struggling with the programming course. And also submitted my portfolio for a university application. Lord help me. Results for this stage are in like 10 days, I think. Ooh, I'm gonna pray for you, dude. I'm gonna pray to Allah. I'm gonna pray to Jesus. I'm gonna pray to Krishna. I'm just gonna cover all the bases, just to make sure we land one. I'll pray to the Chinese gods for you, friend. What are Chinese gods? I feel like I know the only Chinese god I know, and I don't even know if they're a god or if they're like some sort of like demigod, but it's like Son Goku, right? Or like the like Monkey King. That's the only Chinese like lore I know. And I feel like I should know more, because I'm low-key a weeb, you know? Or at least a recovering weeb from the past. And I know, weebs are Japanese, well, that's not the same thing. I know, but it's still, there's a lot of crossover, okay? Chinese Jesus? That would be crazy. Okay, what's another position we could do? Maybe like a sitting pose over here. Actually, let's have them... I don't really know. Position doggy, I'd say. Okay, anybody but the piss. Anyone have any other questions? Or offers, suggestions? Hi chat, hey Colix, how you doing? Chinese gods are mostly just Buddhist gods, so there's like Guanyin and others. I don't know, I was raised Catholic. I guess that's common, eh? Like a lot of Koreans are like raised Catholic. And then, or Christian at least. I don't know if Catholic's like the main denomination there, but Chinese Catholic? Huh. Bro, the Portuguese got around, didn't they? Between 20 to 30 million people died as a result of the Taiping Rebellion, a civil war led by Zhang Zuiquan. Hong was a 19th century Chinese visionary who believed he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ. Well, that's crazy. There are many, many Chinese gods. Okay, what's your favorite? And I'm not talking, like, worship-wise. I'm talking just, like, just pure lore, aesthetics, whatever. You know? I'm doing well. I have no idea what chat's talking about right now. They're raised capitalist. Yes, we're talking about, gods. And we're not talking about religion or whether God's real or not, just to put a big difference there before anybody gets any big ideas. We're just talking about cool, interesting mythology. And or, I guess, depending on your beliefs, reality. I think Zeus is a chud. Like he's a conservative who likes Mario. That would be crazy. It's actually surprisingly common in Asia for people to be partially Catholic. Yeah, that I know. But I always forget. The Catholics got around, dude. Okay. Let's do, I don't know, maybe a character crouching. What's the size of the rib cage here? This is the upper part here. And then this is the lower part here. If I flip that forward, it's going to be kind of like that. And that 90-degree angle there, roughly. So the rib cage would be kind of like this if it's tilted. Except I want it lower. So we'll just say like here-ish. Say it's like this tall, roughly. On an angle, it'll be kind of like this. Yeah. Don't need none of that. Well, my grandpapa was half Portuguese, so that probably contributed to that. Yeah, the Portuguese basically just fucking were all over the Asias, like, way back in the day. The frickin' Portuguese, dude. Have you ever seen the film Arlington Road? I have not, no. Never even heard of it. Okay, how big's the head gonna be around here? Something like probably around this height there for the top, this height here for the bottom, maybe about this big, and we're lowering that down so it's gonna get a little smaller, so maybe around here it'll be like this big-ish. Something like that. So now I drag that out like that, and the head is probably roughly like that. Then we're gonna tilt the head, so maybe around, I'm guessing here, but maybe around this size. Okay, I'm getting another phone call. Let me. Okay, well they hung it. Never mind. It's again, it's the same shit. It starts with like my number, and then it just changes. I redact my previous statement. Zeus is a furry. I mean, he did turn a swan into to bone a lady. Wait, I'm sorry. I mean, he did turn into a swan to bone a lady. So I think Zeus is trans. That is not how that works at all. But you did redact your statement, so I'll just pretend like you didn't say that. If anything, the lady's the worst person in that scenario. I mean, Zeus is fucked up for, like, entrapping a lady. But why is a lady banging a swan, dude? Why does he need to be a swan to bang a lady? I have a lot of questions about that. Wouldn't the woman be the furry? Furries don't fuck animals most of the time, you know? So I'd like, she might not be a furry. No, banging an animal is something else. That's right. I think Zeus is just an asshole. This is true. Loki turned into a female horse to fuck a male horse, and then gave birth to a horse with 8 legs. It's just, well, it's Loki, so you know it's just a prank. You know? He's just a little funny guy. OG YouTube prankster. Did you guys watch that Bricks and Minifig thing? Speaking of YouTube pranksters. There's like this thing that's like trending right now about the Bricks and Minifig thing. I watched the video, and the fucking guy who made it is insufferable, dude. I hate him so much. I mean, look, Bricks and Minifig are assholes. You know this guy is not doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He's just doing it because it gives him an excuse to harass people for funsies. Like, that's the vibe I got the entire video. He's just like, you know what? This gives me the moral high ground to be a fucking sociopath. Put the glasses on. Oh, will do. Prankless harm? Yeah, something like that. Which video? I can't remember the name of the dude. He's basically like... He gave me like Nick Shirley vibes. I don't know why. Just the uneducated like commentary. Like the whole video could have literally just been avoided with a lawsuit. Like from the start. I'm missing lore, what happened? Okay, so basically the summary is there's this guy whose dad had a contract with this famous Lego company called Bricks and Minifig, okay? They're a big chain. They've got like 400 stores worldwide or whatever. And the dad had this contract letting them hold on to his Legos for them to sell them on his behalf, but he still retained ownership over it. And then what happened was this franchise store in particular that he had that contract with, they ended up selling the franchise to a different owner who didn't want to honor his ownership rights on that contract. And so they basically stole like roughly $200,000 worth of Lego figures, like retro Star Wars Legos and shit like that, like crazy shit. Okay, and they were like 100% in the wrong. Somebody found like a complete version of the contract, because if you watch the video, he never shows the fucking full contract, which drove me crazy. But somebody showed like the full version of the contract, and they legit had like a legal case there. My question is, why the fuck didn't they just sue them? I don't know. That to me is like the most cut and dry like lawsuit scenario ever. Anyways, I think I can't remember if I don't even know if I watched the end of the video. I don't know if they end up getting the Legos back, but they end up definitely getting their money back or whatever. And it was anyways, the guy who made the video just annoyed me. He was like insufferable. I would hate to have a person like that in my life. Even though he was doing it for like the morally right reason or whatever, to like help some dude get his figures back. He was just, you could tell the whole thing was just, I don't know, it rubbed me the wrong way. The whole thing was just sort of like, I'm gonna be a sociopath and go around harassing people for days because I have the moral high ground. And it just felt so weird to me. Especially considering we have, like, systems in society to, like, handle shit like this. They did sue them, and they did not give the money back, if you mean the $200,000 guy. They didn't get the money, like, the YouTubers didn't get the money back, but I think they all bought the fig, because they ended up buying the figures in, like, some weird scheme to break up, like, basically doing contract splitting in some weird-ass loophole way, where they paid the original owner, like, 10 grand each, so they could all, like, independently file, like, small claims court things. The whole thing was fucking so stupid. I get it's, like, for entertainment or whatever, but I was so annoyed watching that whole thing. Anyways, I'm not gonna be a buzzkill. Bricks and Minifigs definitely sucks. But holy shit, was that a test of patience. I'm too old for content like that, I think. I can't help but, like, judge it and be like, man, this is so much more complicated than it needs to be. They didn't sue to begin with because BAM said that they weren't gonna drag it out, and they were gonna drag it out in court to the point where it wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, but that's not how it works. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have been involved in lawsuits, okay? There are, like, there's these things called motions where you bring forward, like, you could force court cases to move faster through, like, court orders and stuff like that. It's not like you could just stall indefinitely. I guess you could, but it would cost the other party a shit ton of money. Especially if it's contract law like that, it's not gonna, like, it'll be processed relatively efficiently. I did get rage baited. The whole thing was a fucking rage bait for me. And I think the thing that drove me nuts is they were, like, telling the guy, okay, well, this didn't work, so now we're gonna try this thing. And as they're explaining it, it's, like, a totally illegal thing. And I'm like, alright, whatever, dude. Like, I feel like if ever you actually needed to sue, they've now put this guy in a position where he's, like, he's going to look so morally inferior to a court that it's not gonna help his case at all. Like, just going around harassing people for fucking, like, months? Anyways, whatever. Did you not see the second half where the police got involved? I did not. I froze. Shit. Yeah, I watched the first part, and then I was like, you know what? These guys annoy me, so I'm not gonna watch it anymore. I'm restarting my PNG tuber. Give me a second here. I won't lie, you could have skipped the entire verse video and only watched the second video, and I feel like it would be much better change of your perspective on this. Probably not. I think everything they did in the first video is not going to undo anything in the second video. Somebody give me the TLDW of the second video. If what I assume what you guys are going to say is the police basically start investigating these guys and following them around and shit like that, like, my reply to that would be like, yeah, no, duh. They spent, like, fucking 3 months just harassing a business. Like, if you're a cop, like, that's very obvious that, like, that other person is, like, a much more direct threat when they're showing up and, like, creating, like, false claims. Like, I don't know. That to me isn't, like, that abnormal for police to do. You know, if I get regular calls from a business being like, hey, this guy's out here, like, recording us and doing fucking weird shit, they're not gonna understand, like, cops aren't gonna understand, like, the full scope of the context of, like, this contract shit. Like, they don't do investigations on civil law. Like, they deal with criminal shit, you know? You've probably watched the whole 70-hour Chris Chan playlist, right, Snack? Oh, you know, you called me out pretty hard there. I have seen quite a bit of the Chris Chan shit. I haven't watched the full 70 hours, but I've definitely watched quite a few parts. I believe that video is a personal attack that the YouTuber specifically targeted Snack. That's right, and it worked. I'm triggered, dude. I'm getting fucking psyoped, and now my chat's gaslighting me. That's why they tricked Bricks and Minifig to commit criminal law, but the police didn't touch them. Do you not see, like, the issue with that sentence? Do you not see, like, a problem with that sentence? That's why they tricked Bricks and Minifigs to commit criminal law. That's like textbook entrapment. You can't, like, do that, especially as a civilian. Like, that's insane. Anyways, look, I get the point that I am coming across like I'm defending Bricks and Minifig. I'm not, okay? I don't have any issue with them getting the hate that's coming towards them at all. I hope they lose. I hope they have to pay everything back, and I hope it fucks their business. But I'm just saying the way those YouTubers went about it just did not seem like virtuous to me. It seemed like a justified excuse to be a sociopath. And that's what I didn't like. That's all. Okay? That's all. Actually... I should probably have a guy a little bit more turned towards the camera. I don't know. This needs to be longer. Do you enjoy faster rock music, or do you only like calmer music? This isn't even my music. This is just chat queuing shit up. My playlist right now is just like fucking Mac Miller. My queue is, what is it? Next in queue for my song is Daydreaming by Lupe Fiasco. Which I don't know if I'm like massive on, but it's not the worst song in the world. And then Working Out by Jid. But I will say, I fucks primarily with divorced dad rock, okay? Creed, Hinder, Good Charlotte, all that shit. I fucks with that heavy. Shit. Who dropped the Naruto music? Which one of you guys queued this shit up? I missed what you said. Music started blasting in my ear from my music. Said I'm a dad rock guy, you know? Like a little bit of Creed, a little bit of what's another good dad rock band? Stone Sour. Slipknot's also pretty good. Pearl Jam. Twas I. Excellent choice. Are you okay with Japanese lyrics? No, I hate Japanese. No, I don't care. I have probably listened, guys, to more Japanese shit than all of you combined. Okay, I've lived my weeb era, so yeah, I have no problems with it. Okay, maybe not all of you. I do know some of you guys have serious problems. Looking at you, Jadu. Not possible. Guys, half of you guys are like fucking 20. You've been alive like a third of the time I have. Well, that would imply I'm 60, but you get what I'm saying, okay? With a developed brain, you've been alive like a quarter of my life. With a fully developed brain. Half of you don't even have fully developed brains, okay? What you're processing isn't on the same level to what I'm processing. I'm an elevated being. Alright? That's right, I'm being ageist. How old are you, Unc? How old do you think I am, harem time? Nobody answer that. Maybe my brain developed really fast. Unlikely. I think, let's say 28. Okay. We'll take that. Any other guesses? From people who don't know? Get denied, cringy. Nice try, big guy. Your brain isn't fully developed until next week. That's true. It is my birthday next week. 43? Mom dating age, dude. Possible. 36? Boo, only the people who don't know? Do you think we're 5? Close enough. Wait, 24? You're young. I'm not 24. I'm turning 32 on Wednesday. I'm unk, dude. For a lot of you guys, I'm more likely to be your stepdad than I am to be your relative or brother or something, you know? Holy unk. There's no remove, but I can remove it manually if you want. What's the... You want the ghost woman one removed? Is that it? Also, how you doing, Crib? Oh my god, your birthday's soon! Which OC of yours do you want drawn as a baby as a present? I only have one OC. Actually, you could draw Spinning Head guy if you want. Draw him as a... Draw this guy as a baby. Or you could draw this guy as a baby. He's pretty fun. He'd be a cute little baby. Dealer's choice. I'll leave it up to you. I really don't care. But yeah, my birthday is on June 10th. There's gonna be no stream on June 10th because it's a Wednesday. But Friday maybe we'll do a little something. I want to solve world hunger, but I didn't, so I guess we both missed opportunities there. I want to type 32, but didn't. Damn, Jadu, you being sassy. Why are you being a sassy bitch? It's the highly unlikely song. Oh, shit. Whoops. Oh, wait, that's the one I removed. I think. Yes, that's the one I removed. We're good. Sometimes a zinger pops into your head and it needs to be let into the world. I'm usually not that sassy. But Jadu, you're a mod. You have to be a representative, a beacon of good behavior for the rest of the chatters. Because if you misbehave, then the non-mods are gonna go crazy. They're gonna eat us alive, dude. And then we're gonna have real problems. We're gonna have to dust off the old mod chat and start talking about bans. Do you feel like time is running out too, or does that only happen to people in their 20s? I don't know. I haven't had like an existential crisis yet. I'm pretty comfortable with aging. It's not like a thing that bothers me. I now have like a patch of gray hair in my mustache. So my mustache kind of looks like this. Currently. And then this section here just has like a patch of like white hair. Really? You never get anxious about your age? Not really. I think I've felt 30 since I was like 27. And then when I turned 30, it was just kind of like, eh, I guess I'm 30 now. I feel like what's the point, you know? I'm just gonna keep getting older. If I drive myself insane worrying about it, like what does it accomplish? You know what I mean? Like, sure, would I love to be fucking like 20 again and just permanently stay in that physical like health state? Yeah, sure. I don't know if actually I don't know if I'd want to be 20. I was pretty like insane when I was 20. Maybe 25. Maybe once things sort of mellowed out. Because I feel like I was pretty aggro when I was like 20. I was like a debate bro. I would like get into arguments all the time. I was just like hardcore, like argumentative. And I didn't moderate my behavior for like social interactions. So I would just like argue with everyone, even if they didn't want to argue at all. And it was like insufferable, you know? So maybe not 20. I'd want some sort of mental, like hormonal stability. Like, I thought about it, and I was like, wouldn't it be interesting if you were like a 5-year-old again, but with the wisdom of your current age? It'd be like, no, dude. Why would I want that? Children have like no like frontal cortex development, so they just like cry whenever something happens. Everything's the end of the world for them. That sounds like a nightmare. It'd just be like being like insanely like just having like states of negative and positive mania like all the time, but with like the mentality of like a grown ass man. Children also have no rights. I mean, if that were true, they'd be working at McDonald's, you know? 30 chilled you out? I feel like I started chilling out. I started noticing that I started gradually becoming more mellow around 24. And then every year after that, I feel like I became progressively more and more mellow. Until, like, 28, I was probably who I am now, and I don't think I've changed much since 28. But who knows? In, like, 10 years, maybe I'll be a completely different person. Actually, I think even when I was 28, I was probably still, like, a lot more opinionated. Probably a lot less liberal, to be quite honest. I was never, like, a conservative, but I would have probably been a little bit more, like, not intolerance, not the right word. But I would have probably been a little bit more bro-y, I guess, would be the way I would describe it. Children have no rights, that's more of a protection. I mean, children definitely have rights, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. They for sure have rights. They don't have rights over their parents. Like, your parents have, like, ownership rights over them. Like, you can make your child do, like, most, like, societal things, you know? Like, I can make my kid go to school, I can, you know... I have authority over my child. But their human rights still exist. It's a little small there for a calf. If companies could, they'd toss a kid into a furnace to shovel coal as they get cooked. Depends on the country. A lot of countries have like tariffs and sanctions against like countries that do like forced labor and shit like that. Canada being one of them. The U.S. surprisingly, despite everything, being one of the bigger ones actually. Like they'll like if you're like let's say you're a sweatshop in like another country, they will just straight up either not let you import stuff in, or they will just charge you exorbitant fees to do anything to disincentivize like the labor violations. Surprisingly. A chud, from what I understand, a chud is basically just like a what is like a conservative loser type dude? Is that what it is? I feel like it's been reclaimed to mean something different these days. Like now when I think of a chud, I just think of a guy who like likes Nintendo and like, you know, maybe goes to like Smash tournaments. Just basically just me. But I think historically Chud was like a conservative dude. I think I'm gonna have the head be looking forward. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. It came from a movie. Did it? I don't know if you're making things up. It meant a conservative fat loser, but now it's more of a derogative for a nerd. That's how I understand it, too. I said if companies could, as in if there were no laws. Oh, yeah, then probably. Probably. Because that's kind of how, like, it was in the West, like, before, like, unions and labor protections and stuff like that. Like, kids used to work in factories, like, 100 years ago. That's sort of the way it was, you know? So you're probably not wrong about that. It looks a little weird to me. Okay. Looks like the head's like here-ish. The only people I've heard get called Chud lately are Jack's Films calling scammers Chuds. The good old days. There's a 1984 movie called titled Chud. I've never seen it, but that's where the word comes from. I see. Can you recommend some books, Snack? I'm not a big reader. I'm not gonna lie. I don't read a whole lot. I'm not gonna tell you guys what the last book I read is, because everybody's gonna make fun of me. But I'm just not a big reader. Actually, the last book I read was probably an art book, but that's not what you guys are asking. Or is it? Not even audiobooks? Nah, not really. The last book I read was Minecraft the Island. We are very different. No, I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. I feel like it's a book talk book. 1984, a book talk book. Mr. Streamer, is art your full-time job, or do you have a real job? I have a real job, unfortunately. I don't do art as a job. I do it for funsy onesies. I'm imagining the last book you read as a hungry caterpillar, since you're not spilling the secret. The last book I read was Abundance, which is like basically like a political policy book on like how to modernize like municipal systems and alter like federal laws. Okay, so it's not the most interesting thing in the world. And depending on how you feel about Ezra Klein, I'm not a huge fan of Ezra Klein, but I do think the book was pretty good. It tends to trigger people whenever I mention the book, so. Was solid? Shit, I can't type. I should watch 1984. Why wouldn't art be a real job? I don't think that's what they were saying. I don't think that's what they were saying. I think, you know, when people refer to sort of real jobs, they mean just sort of like jobs you wouldn't like. That's sort of how I imagine it. Okay, this I think needs to be a little steeper here. I need this to parallel that. Let's just do... that. Oh shit, this is from what the hell's it called? Midnight. Oh, what the fuck is that show called? Midnight something. The shop. I love that show. Midnight Diner. That's it. Yes, I love that show. I don't even think... Is the song list available? I don't even think it is. Oh, you turned song requests off? I did not, no. Should be working. Like, this song is a requested song. And then next in queue is Soldier's Song by Sean Rowe. And then To Leave Something Behind by Sean Rowe. Those are the next two songs that are queued up. This needs to feel more like a cube. Now it feels too long at the back. Yeah. There you go. Now it feels like a cube, but now the whole thing just feels too small. Oh, I didn't even notice that many people were before me, so I thought it was off. Yeah, no, it's just, people are very active today. Thank you, everybody, for being so active. Are you gonna add muscles to those dummies later? I might. That's kind of the plan, to be honest. So, the reason I'm doing this is because I'm taking a class right now online. And this is sort of practice that's mentioned in the class. And honestly, I feel like I'm getting a lot of value out of this. I'm learning quite a bit. And so right now I'm just doing the first part. And then I'm gonna have to, before I actually add anatomy, like I could probably guess a lot of the anatomy based on my sort of understanding of anatomy and like my sort of level, but I want to do it exactly the way that the instructor talks about it. And so for that reason, I kind of want to make sure that I'm following the class and putting the anatomy where it's supposed to be and all that shit. So the answer is yes. Probably not this weekend though. Probably next weekend, depending on how many of these I can get done today. I'm probably going to do it to this perspective in particular. I like this one more than the 2-point. I just find 2-point's nice, but it's just a little flatter, you know? Whereas the 3-point just has like some good depth to it, and it's more visually interesting to have drawings in 3-point. I think I'm going to just start drawing shit in 3-point for the next little while, just to get really comfortable with it, you know? Like, this just feels so much more dynamic. Snack, I'm struggling to simplify the torso into a cube, specifically when the body arches forward. Yeah, so basically think of it this way. Here, let's see if I can remember the proportions. I'm pretty sure the length, like the head is basically a perfect cube, okay? So like a perfect cube that's just like all the sides are the same length. Obviously, if there's perspective, that changes. It's just like a perfect cube. Okay. The torso or the rib cage is essentially it's 1.5 heads. So you take one head, which is roughly that, and then half a head, and that's the rib cage. Right? So that's how you can sort of measure it out. The depth of the rib cage, so let's say it's a profile head now. Let's say it's a profile head. Same deal. It's still going to be one head across. It's a perfect cube. Because the length of a head, the depth of a head, like if I draw a head here from the front, like an actual head, like a fella. Okay. This guy reminds me of Coulter Wall. I don't know if you ever heard of Coulter Wall, but... So let's say I do like an actual guy. If I want to draw this guy from the profile, what I want to do is just take the length of the top of the head, and roughly, it might be a little smaller to be quite honest. It's probably like there to there, and roughly flip it on its side. So if I take that length and now I apply it this way, that's how long the head is from the side, which is why you're using the cube to represent it. So it's something like this now with the head. A little less than the full size of the head, the way I draw heads typically. But generally, it's around that. So that's why you use the cube to represent it. Because the cube represents sort of the front plane, right? Really, you wouldn't factor the ears into here. And it also represents the side plane. So that's why the cube is just good. And it's a good measurement to measure all of your other proportions off of. Now, I'm going to have to do more research to sort of understand how this transfers over to putting on proper anatomy. But I'll deal with that when I get to it, you know. One thing at a time. And I don't know if I answered that question. I'm struggling to simplify the torso into a cube, specifically when the body arches forward. Okay, so when it arches forward, you can think of a cube this way. So if you have a cube that's neutral, actually we'll make it a little top down. So you can see a little bit of the top of the cube. Ignore the grid. I'll just turn the grid off for the sake of demo. What you want to do is you want to imagine there's a sort of arc coming out like this. So as it comes towards you, it's going to grow a little bit because it's closer to you. And then anywhere along here, this top plane, so there's two things we're factoring. This top plane here, and this face plane here, okay? It's all you really need to track. And then when the cube tilts forward, this top plane is going to become larger because it's more front on, right? And the bottom plane is going to become smaller. So it's going to be something like this. So this shrinks, this grows. That's all you have to think about when you're doing it. Dude, I was scrolling randomly and just found a diamond. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome in. Does that help, Sid? Just really think of those two planes. And then if you're rotating things, you know, laterally, then you would do you would track the opposite. So instead of the tracking this blue plane on the y-axis, you'd track it on the x-axis. Same thing with the red one. So both of these lines are going to shrink if you're changing the box to the side here. So if I'm tilting the box this way, this is going to shrink. And this is going to shrink. This stays relatively the same. This doesn't change at all. So it basically just depends. Are you turning it down this way, in which case you're factoring in these two plane changes, or are you changing the direction this way, in which case you're thinking of the side plane and the face plane? It either shrinks horizontally or it shrinks laterally. Or it grows laterally, or it grows horizontally. Like this side here, like this whole face here, you don't really see it when it's in this perspective. But if you did a transitional drawing between these two, maybe it would look a little bit like this. So it'd be a bit smaller than that, but not invisible, you know? So maybe it would look something like this. Much smaller. And then the face plane is going to be a little bit bigger, but not quite as wide as that, but not quite as small as that. Something in between. Actually, I should probably do it at the same angle. You know, whatever. Something like that. Probably even less. This, I think, would be a little bit bigger. Just because of the width on the... So if you were going from that, then you go to that, then you go to that, right? So that's all you really need to think about. I guess my brain just can't wrap around that, since your spine arches in so many different postures. How do you translate it? A very simple, straight angle, rectangular, rounded body. I hope that... Okay, I think I get what you're saying. So essentially, if you have a torso... Let's do a box here for the head. Let's position the neck. The neck, by the way, guys, I said this yesterday. A lot of people assume the neck goes in the bottom, the middle of the body, or the middle of the head. It does not. It's slightly shifted over towards the back. Not fully at the back. There's still some space back here, but you're going to have a much larger space there. Then, remember what we said? The width of the torso is roughly the width of the head. It's also on an angle. It's about 1.5 heads long, so I should make it a little longer here. The pelvis is like this. They have opposing tilts. Legs. Legs. Okay, shoulder. Depending on if your shoulder's forward. Generally, it's like in the middle, roughly. Something like that, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that's sort of how you can think of the body from the side. Every single one of these points, the spine, I'm going to draw the spine now for you. So the spine curves like this, comes back around, curves like this, and then enters into the pelvis like this. Okay? At this point here, you have a pivot point, so the head doesn't change volume at all. You cannot change you can't squish and stretch your head unless you're getting run over by a fucking car or something like that, okay? The hips are the other pivot point, and then the joints at the hips here and the joints at the shoulder are all pivot points. So all of the actual cylinders, cubes, and stuff like that, Sid, they don't change their structure very much outside of what I talked about before with either growing their planes or shrinking their planes. All of the rotation happens at these segments here. Okay? So knee, ankle, like these are the points that things could pivot. So I can't do anything but a straight line or a straight cylinder for that upper leg. I can't do anything but a straight cylinder for that lower leg, but I can change the angle of that straight cylinder at that joint. Okay? And the way that moves on the joint is on an arc, typically. Something like that. Every single one of these joints is where you can apply the twists and the turns. Is it because the rib cage is angled? Yeah, it is. So if you drew a rib cage in here, it'd be something like this, you know? And then the pelvis would be something like this. I did this a little quickly, but... Right, so all the twists happen at these joints. So, for instance, I don't know if I'm drawing on the same layer. I am, so I gotta watch out here so I don't fuck things up too much. But at these joints, I can make these pivots. And so now let's say I want to pivot at the hip. So now I could take this line here. Let's say I want the leg to come a little bit towards us. Well, all I have to do is track a perfect arc from this pivot point. So you can think of this arcing out. Now I draw that circle here. Draw that curve like this. And now the leg is coming at us. Okay, this is a little extreme. This would be like your man spreading hardcore. Okay? But this is how you can think of it. And then that leg just comes off of this. Right? So that's how you can think of rotating it. You just track these arcs from the pivot points. Pivot points being the joints. It's the point that you're pivoting from. So if you have a string, and if say your pivot point is here, you can only move the string from that pivot point. That's how limbs work, okay? You can't move that pivot point. And so there's only so many places that limb can go. Now, that's a simplification because the reality is your joint has mobility to a degree. The hip joint, not so much, but the shoulder joint has a lot of mobility. The hip joint the shoulder joint can actually slide here. Actually, I'm going to erase this before I start fucking around with more shit here. The shoulder joint can slide forward. It can slide back. It can stay in the middle. It has all of this range. It can elevate. It can elevate quite a bit. What it can't do very well, though, is it can't descend very much. You can maybe get a 15-degree angle off of its original position. You know, so if your shoulder starts here, let's say, you can maybe move it down to like here. Okay? When you're moving down. When you're moving up, it's more like, I want to say it's like 30. So you get much more mobility moving your shoulder up than you do down. So you could just think of the shoulder as basically just moving along this line here, either forward or back. Okay? And if you want to move it up, you can move it up quite a bit, but you can only move it down a tiny little bit, so it's not really going to go past that line. It just doesn't move a whole lot. You've got bones and shit in the way, you've got a rib cage, like you can't really move things down. There's nothing really blocking your shoulder from moving up. There's a lot of structures and stuff blocking your shoulder from moving down. So that's sort of how you can think about it. Does that help, Sid? I actually think this angle's a little weird. Yes, that helps. Thank you, Snack. No worries. That leg feels too long for me, just based on the perspective. How are you? I'm good. What up, Miss Sam? Sorry I missed your message. I was like deep into explanation territory right there. Imagine lower central part of box as the axis along which it rotates and makes a full circle. Imagine the lower central part of the box as the axis which it rotates and makes a full circle. Yeah, more or less. Like what Cringy's saying is, you know, the bottom of the box here in the middle, which is where the spine, like, you know, hangs out. Like the spine comes out like here. This is where all of the axial rotation happens from. An axis is basically just a center line going through an object. So if you have a cylinder like this, oops. I mean, you can have axis lines, it doesn't have to be in the center, but generally in art, when we talk about axis lines, they're usually in the center. So it's something like this, and then it comes out like that. This would be the axis line. Okay, and the spine is kind of like the axis of the rib cage. Do you believe in doing an entire base structure in a sketch before you move on at all? Sometimes I get really basic composition place in detail and then get super stuck on advancing in the pose. You know what? The reason I'm doing a lot of this stuff is because I want to make that my process. So the answer is kind of yes, because I've spent so long doing it the other way, and I feel like it's landed me in a lot of inconsistent territories. I think what I would like to see for my own work going forward is to have a lot more structure and a lot more of a plan. And that means working in layers and iteration. So that's sort of what I'm trying to develop right now. Do I believe in doing that as an entire base? I mean, look, the reality is many artists out there do it just sort of vibes, and they feel it out. And it works for them, you know? I would say, Lemon, my advice would be to try every single process you can and see which aspects of those processes resonate with you and which ones feel more intuitive for you, and then just integrate them into your own pipeline. There's no one answer, you know? Just want to hop in and say hi. Gotta go adult and stuff. Been a rough week. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Sam. Well, hopefully you can get your shit done. And yeah, can you check your Discord, please? My Discord. Beautiful twin boys. Oh no. That's very, very, very good, Kimdo. You're terribly good at that. You know that? For those who don't know what I'm talking about, in the Discord, in the Artshare channel, Kimdo drew two of my characters as babies. Here, I'll pull it up. Specifically, this, no. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Specifically this character, who does actually have, values. If I could find the frickin'... Nope. And this character. Very nice. Classic Hio. Classic. It's next week, no? My birthday? It is, yeah. But you guys won't see me on my birthday. You'll have to see me on Friday, I guess. Excusez-moi. Happy birthday. You're gonna be 46. How'd you know? Mine's on Monday? Hell yeah, dude. Happy birthday. 2 days apart. You're the 8th. Very nice. So, like, on this one, I'm putting the shoulder... Kimdo, or not Kimdo, Sid. I'm putting the shoulder a little farther back. Because I want him to be sort of like stretching his arms out backwards. The arm, roughly, is going to line up with the bottom of the rib cage. So if that's all I'm doing is I'm finding these reference points and I'm using them to guesstimate roughly where my geometric shapes are going to go. I'll be 31. Hell, oh, you're a year younger than me. I'm 94. 1994, to be clear. Guys, when's my next ad? I gotta poop. Do I just run it? I'm 94 years old? No, not 94 years old. I was like, you're 94? Could you imagine? I'd hope I would be a lot better at drawing by the time I'm 94. Snack, do you think you'll be a gilf when you're 94? I feel like 94 is pretty old to still be a gilf. I feel like gilf is like 60s, you know? I think if you're 94 and people still want to fuck you, and they aren't 94 as well, I feel like they just want your money at that point. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I would trust anybody under the age of like 70, nor under the age of 80, who want to date me when I'm 94. I would just be so suspicious that they just want my money. Huh? What money? Well, I don't have any money. Guys, I've been subsisting off pasta and, you know, Jell-O for the past couple days, so I'm not the guy if you guys are looking to gold dig. Already a gilf? That pinned message saying you're 5'8" says enough? There's a pinned message that says I'm 5'8"? Where? Sylph. Carton. No. No. Bad, cringy. Bad. Down, boy. In the general chat, a clip of you. There's a clip of me in general talking about my height. It's possible. I am 5'8", so it makes sense. Short kings, you know? I don't know if I like that. Let's undo that. Let's make it come out. I don't like that either. I don't really know what an appropriate arm position is for this angle. I guess if I'm having the arm come forward more, probably bring the joint forward more. It doesn't really make a lot of sense that you would bring your shoulder back to reach forward. In 5'8", is 5'8" considered short? In my country, the average height is 5'5". Damn, that sounds like, what do you live in fucking North Korea? What the hell? Or is it just like a Southeast Asian thing? I feel like Southern Asian countries are all very short. Yeah, Southeast Asia. Okay, that makes sense. There's also some African countries that are, like, insanely short. African countries have, like, the craziest diversity, dude. They'll have like the world's tallest country and then the world's shortest country, like side by side. It's insane. Filipinos and such have a shorter average, that's true. But you guys could sing beautifully. So can't win it all, you know? You guys, I'm Turkish. I just know a lot of Filipinos. Whatever. Turkish mentioned. Where's NFT when you need him? One of my Discord mods is a Turk, and he loves when people talk about Turkey. He's like obsessed with it, dude. See, I think this knee would actually be out more. We're gonna move this hip over. They have good hair transplants and nose surgeries. It's also beautiful. I've got opinions about Turkish hair transplants, okay? I feel like they're popular because they're cheap. But every time I see a Turkish hair transplant, they look fucking crazy, dude. They give them like the Lego cut. They look like fucking Lego people, dude. They're like their haircuts. They make the hairline insanely straight. They're like the fucking villain from Lazy Town. Like, every single time a guy comes back from Turkey with, like, a haircut, or with, like, a hair transplant, his hairline is, like, perfectly straight. It's insane. I'm more of a naturalistic guy, you know? If I'm getting a hair transplant, which God forbid it gets to that point, but if I get a hair transplant, I want them to give me the diet Vegeta, you know? I want it just a little light. I want still some semblance that I'm a mature man. I'm 22 and fully Vegeta. That's okay. It's okay, dude. It happens to the best of us. It'll happen to everyone eventually. Most men, anyways. Don't sweat it. I'm not joking. This is probably the most accurate self-portrait I've done. I don't have a buzz cut, though, but... My hair's, right now my hair is actually... I cut it. Oh, I didn't tell you guys. I cut my hair. I cut my hair, like, 2 days ago. So my hair looks like this now. Oh, shit. We're getting raided. We're getting raided. What up, Sharkfield? How you doing, big dog? How's it going? What are we getting up to? This is unironically what I look like. Bro, I was playing Minecraft, and then the thing was when I see 1 diamond and I end the stream. How are you, though? I'm good, dog. Well, I mean, you could still go mine your diamonds, can't you? Or is it like, you have like a rule where you don't do shit off stream? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna have this arm sort of come out on an angle like this. Also, Sharkfield, I assume you were not drawing if you were playing Minecraft. Let me give you a little shout out. Shout out, Sharkfield. Last category, Minecraft. That checks out. What brings you to my little channel, Sharkfield? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Nah, I can't, but we played for a while still. Shit, that sucks. Normally, if people are doing art, we usually ask them to share whatever they were working on. But you were doing Minecraft, so I don't really know how to do that. If you do art, and there's stuff you want to share, you're more than welcome to. But otherwise, I guess all I can say is, I draw too. I just love supporting artists and VTubers and stuff. Oh, then, yeah, drop whatever you want, dude. Doesn't have to be something you did today. It could be something you did fucking 50 years ago. I don't care. Whatever you got. Link it up. If you do art. That's right, if you do. I'll follow you, Sharkfield, if you promise to do 20-hour art streams per week. Do I don't do 20 hours. Well, I'm doing like 10, 13 hours a week, maybe. But maybe I'm your special streamer. You show up regardless. And the flowers. Flowers. Haha, alright, I'll do 20 hours. Don't let them pressure you into it, dog. Just do you. Don't get audience captured. Especially, you don't want my audience capturing you. They're insane. I raised them, okay? I'm joking, I'm not. Alright, that's enough of that. So what you're trying to say is you aren't a mouse that managed to pick up a pen? That's right. I'm a filthy liar, dude. I'm a 30-year-old man who LARPs as a mouse on the internet. What a life. How do you link up stuff on Twitch? Typically, people just send Discord links. So they'll send, like if you have, like, it somewhere on Discord, you can right-click it, and then you can go, like, open as URL or whatever the fuck. Like, open link. And then you just drop the link in chat. And then when I click the link, I can just see the image. Flowers. A couple of hours. Beautiful day. I think this whole upper body needs to shift over more. We're gonna actually add rotation to this, just because I haven't had a lot of rotation in my torsos yet. And I think it's gonna be more interesting if I add some rotation, so we're gonna rotate it this way. I think the head needs to come up more, now that we've added a little rotation here. Alright, is it alright if I send a Twitter link or Instagram? Oh yeah, baby. Link it up. Hook it up, homie. Let's see what you got. Okay, I'm back. Hell yeah, dude. All right, we got a little Instagram, or Instagram. We got a little Twitter link. Let's see what we got. Oh shit, dude. This is goated. The fuck? This is nice as hell, dog. Alright, let's pull it up. I love the watercolor look. Here, I'm gonna get rid of this grid so we can look at it a little bit better. Check this shit out. This is really nice, dude. This is solid stuff. I really like your line work. Very clean. Very clean. I'm gonna flip it upside down because I'm curious to know what it looks like upside down. Yeah, it's goated shit. This is fucking awesome. I love the... Whoops. I love the idea of splitting the canvas like this. You've got a good ratio. It's perfect. It's very nice. Fuck. Thank you. The flip. Bro, I'm doing a commission right now. My customers always want the most strange things, but it's okay because I'm getting paid. Bro's a victim, dude. I'm sorry to hear that, Rainbow. It was like a punch to the liver from Mike Tyson. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just curious. I've drawn some upside down shit too, and then, you know, the way you check it is like you flip it. But I really, really, really like what you've done here. It's very nice. It's very nice, dude. Well, thank you for the follow, and the raid, I should say. You're more than welcome to hang out if you want. Otherwise, let me give you a follow. You're more than welcome to hang out. Otherwise, you know, if you got shit to do, do your thing. Persona inspired? Could be. Thank you. It's Persona inspired. I did my OC. Persona's a cool game. Word. Word. Dude, I'm working on something similar as well. Mine, I'm redoing the PER menu with Chris from Deltarune. Y'all speaking foreign languages to me, dude. Let me clean this shit up. What kind of weird shit do they have you doing, Rainbow? It can't be that weird if you're doing it. And now that I've asked that question, I'm like kind of low-key scared of the answer. Tell me why I'm drawing 3 furries and a child holding hands in the rain while all crying and mortified while one of them holds a bloody knife. $40, by the way. You gotta raise your prices, dog. Three characters. 3 characters? 4 characters if it's 3 furries and a kid. 4 characters. For $40? Why are you doing that to yourself? You're crashing the furry economy right now, dude. Deltarune, the game that came from the same creator as Undertale? I see, yeah. I'm familiar with Undertale. I've never played Undertale, but I'm familiar with it. I've heard of it. I don't do fetish commissions anymore because they always ask for like 50 revisions. I worked for someone who liked seeing dressing ripping in odd ways. Had to ghost him without taking money for the work I'd already done because he was so frustrating to deal with. You should just have a contract at that point. If you're doing it enough, just have a contract and cap the revisions and then charge extra for each revision and make sure they sign that shit. It was a friend of a friend, so I give a mini discount. I just want to be a happy, kind, silly soul. Nah, no mercy, dude. This is business. You're a businessman. Tighten your tie. Button up your pinstripe suit. And drop that bitch a contract. Damn. I think this leg should be a little bit more forward. Agent Zero, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Well, like, it's also low because it's more of a rough sketch commission, if that makes sense. Hey, you do you, big dog. I'm just playing. You don't have to listen to me, alright? I just like making money. I like stacking that paper all the way to the ceiling. Did he just freaking howl because of the follow? Shit. Ooh woo. Okay, what's another position I could try to draw? I'm basically done this one, more or less. I'm gonna tweak some perspective stuff. I gotta do the other arm also, but otherwise, not a lot left on this character. I'm gonna turn this foot out towards us, actually. I think it's gonna be a bit more interesting. I'm also gonna add, you know what? I'm gonna add a rotation on the ankle. Nah, that looks fucking weird. How do you get these perspective lines to go out to the canvas? You go, you click the layer button. Then when you're in layer, you click, I know you can't see it right now, I'll show you in 2 seconds here. And then you click this. So give me, I'm gonna screenshot it. Where the hell is it? You click layer. Here, take a screenshot of this. You click layer, and then you click perspective, create perspective ruler. Handstand? You guys are tweaking, bro. What do you think? Do you think I'm that goated? Holy handstand. Okay, that's your lesson. I also gotta change this guy's size. I still think he's a little small. I also think this ankle would be farther in like this. How many push-ups can you do, Snack? I don't know. I've never done, like, nothing but push-ups. Also, my shoulder's kind of fucked, so I don't really do push-ups much these days. What's a better position for this arm? Let's have it be like an arc that continues this way. So I'm going to have the arm come up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a rotation. So it's going to be very, very foreshortened. Something like that. I don't know. I guess we could have this resting on something too if we want to be like real extra with it. Because it does feel weird that the hand is just sort of floating. There you go. Something like that. I gotta make him bigger too, because I think in perspective here, if I'm tracking her head, I'm gonna clear this out of the way. If I'm tracking her head right there, and then this is gonna go like that, I think the head size is a little bit bigger than what I have. Let's move it over one grid, because it is kind of lined up with that grid there. It's kind of like that. And if I drag that down, it's basically the width of these two things. I think he'd be a little bit bigger. I'm going to make him just a teensy-weensy bit bigger. And I'm going to lower him a little bit. Oopsies. Wrong layer. Okay, so what did you guys say? You said handstand. That's kind of crazy. I guess we'll do a guy in the background doing a handstand. Like, over here. I gotta pull up some reference for this shit. Are we doing a straight handstand, or are we doing some dynamic shit? I think we're gonna start out with the straight one. Handstand straight. I'm gonna do one with... Okay. Copy image. Something like this. Put her down there. Okay, let's try this out. One handstand? Just take a photo of yourself. Right, right. Okay, this is how tall this guy is. So it's basically tracking the height here. So he's roughly this tall there. If I track this line out, he's roughly... That's how they would look like full-sized. Now they're extending their arms out, so there's going to be even extra length. So their feet are actually going to go basically a full arm length up. I don't know if I'm going to have the room there. Also, I'm going to do this on another layer. I'm going to sit down, too. I've been standing for 2 hours, so... Does this program not support increasing canvas size? Oh, it does. It does. What the hell? Why? I have a shoulder injury, so I have a standing desk. And I alternate between standing and sitting just to have a little bit more posture diversity. I hope you get better, twin. I am getting better. It is getting actually a lot better, so... Okay, head. Let's look at the alignment. The head looks like it comes back in space, which is not something I would really expect. So we're going to have the head sort of roughly back here. The arms are positioned in front of the face. So the rib cage, again, if the head's here, let's say. I'm just going to rough it in first, okay? Head. Rib cage is going to be slightly in front of the head. Like, see, look at the space here. It's in front of the head. It's... How straight is it? I'm gonna flip this lady upside down. Okay, her ribs are like this. Kind of like that. Pelvis. I'm gonna do this in another color. Something like that. There's a nice little S-curve here. Very, very, very subtle. Factor all that in. Okay. And we're just going to keep it lined up relatively in line with the perspective here. I'm not going to make it too complicated on myself, just to start. If I want to add rotations and twists afterwards, we can think of doing that. But for now, we're just going to do it pretty straight on. What do the arms look like? That. Okay, so there's a slight arc back away from the head. Fuck. What layer am I drawing on? Head might need to come forward a bit. I don't think it's that far back. Where's the French? Oh shit, I didn't see it. Quelqu'un vient juste de faire un redeem pour que je vous parle en français pendant 1 minute. Il est quelle heure? Il est 2h17 en ce moment. On va continuer jusqu'à 2h18. Y a-t-il un sujet ou comme un domaine que vous voulez que j'explore ou je peux juste dire n'importe quoi? Wow, tellement majestic. Oui, tu parles le français? Un tout petit peu, ouais, je parle le français. Mais quand je dis un tout petit peu, je veux dire comme vraiment... non, je parle beaucoup le français. Je suis comme... je suis francophone. Ben, je suis né francophone, ma langue maternelle, c'est le français. La majorité de mes amis sont anglophones, donc la plupart du temps, je parle en anglais avec tout le monde. Donc mon anglais, il est comme bien meilleur que mon français, mais je sais comment m'articuler en français, puis... c'est ta langue natale? Techniquement, oui, mais je m'exprime plus facilement en anglais juste parce que, comme que j'ai dit, mon environnement et tous mes amis sont tous anglophones. Donc ici au Canada, il y a beaucoup de francophones, sauf que tu te trouves souvent en train de parler avec des gens qui parlent seulement l'anglais. Donc c'est vraiment difficile. C'est difficile de soutenir la langue française dans cet environnement-là. Mais je te file au Québec. Au Québec, il y a beaucoup d'anglophones, surtout à Montréal. Ouais. Nice, dude. J'étais à Montréal comme 2 semaines passées, j'étais allé à Montréal. J'étais pas loin. Rate his French. Fais attention, man. Fais attention, j'ai le contrôle du chat. Je peux te bannir n'importe quand. Non, c'est correct. Tu peux être honnête. Okay, I think it's been about a minute. Yeah, it's been more than a minute. It's been almost 2 minutes. So now we're gonna... Please spare me. That was the correct answer. Sorry, I left for a minute, or for a second. What's going on? Nothing much. We're drawing a character doing a handstand. How do you learn French? Technically it's my first language. So just sort of born speaking French. It's not my strongest language. English is probably my stronger language. But my French is, you know, relative to most Canadians, pretty strong, I would say. But yeah, it's my mom is French, and so I only speak French to my mom most of the time. I went to French high school. I went to French middle school, elementary school. Like, I'm not talking immersion. I'm talking like fully French. And the first English school I went to was college. So... Okay, so we've got a... Oh shit, I might have meant to tilt the wrong direction. I did do the wrong direction on the tilt. I actually think this tilts forward. Dude, we had the same path? There you go, dude. Je dois avouer, franchement, là, que je trouve que le plus de temps que je me trouve en train de parler juste avec des anglophones, je commence à perdre mon français un tout petit peu. C'est pas comme trop, là, comme... C'est pas la pire perte au monde, mais... ouais, c'est dur. C'est vraiment dur à soutenir le français quand tout le monde se connaît est anglais. By the way, I hate writing in French. Y'all English are so people for not having to take French exams. French exams are the fucking worst, dude. French is the most busted-ass, grammatically fucked up language ever. The rules make no fucking sense. Even if you study it for 20 years, you still don't know what the fuck you're doing. I don't know a single francophone who's like fully confident in their French. Why are they French maxing right now? I'm flexing a little bit, that's all. What are you drawing, my Ratatouille? What up, Mafusa Soma? I'm just drawing characters in perspective. And currently, I'm about to draw a character doing a handstand. That's what we're attempting anyways. What about you, Mustafa? Mafusa, my bad. What a name, dude. That name rules. Mafusa? That name sounds sick as fuck. Okay, now this pivots kind of straight up, actually. I was going to say it pivots back, but it just kind of pivots straight up. But it is sort of angled a little bit farther back here. So we're going to have some space and depth. It's going to come back and then up. So this is going to be sort of where the corner on the hips is. When did we find that out? Somewhere in the French jargon. Or find what out? Something like this. I think I'm going to bring the pelvis down. It feels a little high to me. I'm sorry to beat my meat, gang. Hey, bro, it's a free country. You can crank hog in chat. Just don't send me pictures. That's all I ask. Oh, I'm trying to beat my meat. Oh, you struggling a little bit, dude? What, I'm not hot enough for you, Mafusa? What the fuck? Rude, dude. What if I do this, Mafusa? Does this help? Your drawing's pretty nice, gang. Thanks, gang. Make the pelvis a little smaller. It's supposed to be basically the height of the head. Not the width, but definitely the height. Also, I'm Japanese. Ah. Nihonjin, huh? Boku no Nihongo wa heta kedo yo. That's Spanish. That's not even Japanese. What am I doing? Yo pero hablar en español solamente en poco. What do you think about AI artists? I don't know. They don't particularly threaten me too much. I think it's a waste of time if you're trying to do AI art. I just think the thing that humans value in like art is kind of the human aspect of it. You know, it's like you're Japanese, right? There's a lot of traditional Japanese craftsmen and artisans. If you created like a factory that created them, maybe they were stronger and like more appealing looking, or maybe they were the same. You know, you would probably still value the artisan who spent like 50 years mastering the craft. You know, there's something intrinsically nice about knowing that a human was able to do this shit with his bare hands. I think that's what a lot of people value out of art in general. So my views on AI art mostly extend to like the environmental impact and stuff like that. That's more like the worst stuff. But when it comes to sort of it threatening me. Doesn't threaten me that much. That being said, I'm privileged and I don't work in a creative field. So for that reason, you know, it doesn't I don't know. If I was getting my job replaced by AI, I'd probably be a little bit more hardcore, but that they perfected their craft in general is impressive. That's kind of it, dude. I really, like, I think, you know, there's definitely, the reality is that corporatization and stuff like that is going to happen. You already see it with, like, gambling ads. A lot of gambling ads are, like, AI generated and all this shit, and it's cringe, you know? And it's, you're probably gonna see a lot more of that shit. But I think when it comes to, like, the shit that, like, I do, or illustrators, or things like that on the internet, like, this form of art is, like, artisanal. Not to fucking suck my own cock or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, the genre of art that, like, a lot of people value on the internet, like anime art or whatever, it's basically a form of artisanal work. And I think people really value the human behind the art. And so I think, you know, that medium, getting commissioned for work and stuff like that, I don't think you're going to see that getting too impacted by AI generation. The corporate aspect of it, for sure, though. Like, things like graphic design and things like that, they're definitely going to get a little screwed, but that's sort of my view on it, I guess. At least that's my prediction. Okay, how are the hips positioned? They come slightly back in space. That might be too much, actually. Where'd he get honkers? You know. Genetics. Y'all really making me do handstands, huh? I think the legs are a little bit too angled back. Also, what the hell are you to do, Ratatouille? You keep him big as Melon Gang. Look, I don't know what the hell you said, but I also kind of know exactly what you said. So yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna add a little less tilt to this. Surprisingly, guys, this went pretty quick. I thought this was going to take way longer. I'm basically changing Japanese word into English, bro. I believe it. YouTube chat is such an interesting place. Yeah, I know. He told me he was cranking hog. That was like the second message he told me. He says gang at the end of his sentence is like a me catchphrase. I feel like it's more like a One Piece character. You know how they have like their own expressions? Or like Naruto, how he says Date Bayo all the time? Should I have one of the legs come out? This title is sending me. She balks on my horizon line until I vanish. It's true. It used to be she frame on my key until I export, but that felt a little too suggestive. Ah, yes, and the honkers weren't suggestive at all. The suggestivity is not to be hidden from chat, it's to be hidden from Twitch, you know? I know you guys aren't gonna narc on me. And also, I wouldn't be the first VTuber with fat tits, you know? I'm playing the game, that's all. Jay Grizzly, thank you for the follow. Also, can you draw furries? Someone told me white people like to draw furries. Very bold of you to assume I'm white, okay? I do like that somebody told you white people like to draw furries, though. I like that that's just like a white people thing. It is kind of a white people thing. I'm sure there are non-white furries. There are probably a lot. But that is an interesting stereotype I don't think I've actually ever thought of before. Holy. Would the arms come... The arms come back, actually. Yeah, Snack's magenta. That's right, a magenta. Guys, I finally finished the Furries in the Rain. Genuinely crying. I'm gonna go back to just drawing my OCs for now. I'm gonna close commissions if I keep getting insane requests, guys. I feel for you, dude. I'll light a candle for you tonight. Money ain't a thing if I got it. Okay, guys, here's your freaking handstand. I still think her hands are in a like weird position here, but there are a lot of Chinese furries too, actually. There you go. Tell him, Kimdo. Kimdo's a Chinese furry, so she's fully aware. I'm a white human man. Right, I forgot. Kimdo, what's your white man name? Low difficulty race? We're not doing race debates, guys. As fun as it is, that's for the Discord DMs, okay? Henry? That's a good strong white man name. I feel like a Henry is like you're just like a working class man, you know? When drawing in perspective like this, can you use the bean method instead of the boxes? Yeah, but I think like a big point of this exercise is to sorry, I'm reading incredibly interesting messages over on YouTube. You are white and have big eyes. You are 10 Arab 10. Bro, why does this guy actually know my race? I am a white man who's part Lebanese. It's trippy. Stop being in my head, Mufasa. Mafusa. Whatever. I'm white. I can't pronounce that name. Okay? I'm playing the card. On Pride Month, though, I'm more Lebanese than anything, okay? I'm one of you guys. That's what the L in LGBT stands for. Yeah, sorry, Damocles. I got a little distracted there. What I would say is, yes, you totally could do that. I just feel like it defeats the purpose, you know? I think the idea of just doing the bean, like, you could probably rough in the bean, but, like, I'm specifically trying to train myself to do things in perspective. And the issue with the bean is it doesn't actually have any geometric sort of face planes. Like a bean, let's say you're doing like the bean shape, right? Like this. How do you differentiate between the front plane and the side plane? Like, it's way more subjective. Like, the front plane could be here, right? I guess the relationship between these two is sort of how you would determine it. But it doesn't sort of objectify the angle as effectively as a cube would. Like the cube, there's no doubt that this is the front plane here. Whereas with a bean, I could probably, you know, make this the front plane. I could probably make the front plane a little bit more over here, you know. It's a little bit more subjective, I guess. It's not incorrect, but it kind of looks like a guy eating something now. So I feel like the box just sort of grounds you a little bit more. It gives you less options, right? Like if you have a sphere, it's the same thing with spheres. If you have a sphere, the faceplane could be here, it could be here. The bean is a little less subjective than a sphere, I'll give you that. But like, you know, you could have the head rotated down this way, where they're looking like down, right? You could have it like up here, and it's all on the same sphere. There's no objectivity to it. But when you have this sort of change in plane or direction, it's a lot harder to argue the direction. Like, the face is here, okay? I can't put the face here. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I would have to, like, rotate the box to be able to do that, right? To lower the face. And so I think that's why there's more value in doing things with cubes rather than spheres or more organic shapes. It keeps things consistent, and it just sort of it makes your decisions more objective, I guess. And a little bit more limited, which is a good thing, because it means that you're only able to do so many things. Like, I can't do a whole lot of crazy shit here. I could rotate this leg out like this, I guess, if I wanted to. You know, I could put the leg like this. Being gay is your strength. What would you do if you didn't have it? It's like a superpower. I'm not gay, by the way. This actually would be way bigger. Just because of the perspective. Like, I'm tracking where this ankle would end, and then it would come down to, like, here, roughly. It feels weird to do, but... I actually think this could come up more. Alright, it's bedtime in Australia. Catch you next stream, Cat. That is a snack. Thank you, big dog. I'll catch you in the next one. The gays and the theys get a buff for June? That's right. They get the divine buff. Ahoy! Ahoy! Ahoy, hoy. What do you guys think? Should I do, like, the leg out like this? I think I liked it better just in its neutral position. Okay, let's try a different... I gotta make sure I'm not deleting the wrong layer. What the fuck did I just delete? That's what I want to delete. I still feel like this guy's way too small. Ayo. Pride Month happy. That's Much better size. Thank you. Thank you, Dion Rose. Unless it's Dion Rose. I love you as a gang. Thank you, gang. You're so sweet to me, Mafusa. Despite me screwing up your name constantly. I think I want this arm, actually, to not hang out here. I think I want it to sort of come out like this. It's just more interesting to me. Is it? Nah, I liked it where it was. I think I want this leg to come out, though. Fuck. Maybe I like it better like that, actually. Okay, what's another pose I should do, guys? Give me something. Give me something. I really wish this would extend out this way so I could do more shit over here. Random idle pose. What is that? What's an idle pose? Oh, okay, I see. Like the kawaii shit? Okay, I could try that. A black man? That's not a pose, dude. Also, easy, bro. Mafusa, you're way too new to the stream to start being edgy. Alright. Who has exactly 15,000 sack tax for no apparent reason? Hopefully no one, dude. Struggling to keep slippery food on a fork. That makes sense. I really would like this vanishing point to have more lines going this way. Whatever. I could just fucking guesstimate it. Let's do the kawaii pose that they're talking about. Okay. I'm gonna go to my measurement layer. We're gonna lock it. Okay, let's say this is properly oriented. Still needs to be wider, I think. Yeah, throw some cutesy idle or magical poses in there. Also, I agree with you on vanishing points needing to be extended to include more workspace. Yeah, the thing is, I could draw it manually. Like I'm locked to the grid here, so I can extend it out myself if I absolutely need to. Um, I could just do that. I'll just throw some lines in here. There you go. There you go. Now it's extended out. I wonder actually if I just added a floor grid if that would help. So let me try that. Yeah, that helps. With the floor grid, do I even need the side panel or the same? It's the same thing. Like the floor grid originates from those VPs. It just extends it out. Confetti Yeti, thank you. By the way, Yeti, thank you for was it 14 months that I saw earlier? I don't know if you were around earlier when I was thanking you for that, but I totally forgot to say thank you. But I appreciate you, Yeti. You know I do. Anyways, I don't think I need this. I can just guesstimate. It's not a big deal. But we'll do a cutesy girl here. The issue is she's going to be kind of cut off screen. But that's okay. I could also extend my canvas down like this. It's going to be a fucking massive canvas, though. What do you guys think? Should I do it? It might crash my computer. Let me save a bunch of shit. We'll leave that up. Illustrations, I think, are fine. Animations, we should probably save and close. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna extend this canvas down. Wish me luck, everyone. Actually, I don't want to do that. Shit. I just want to extend it down. GG if it crashes. I don't think I've saved this file, so it would be GG. She's chugging right now. Okay, let me redo that. I don't want to do it like that. I don't want that layout. I'll extend it up just a bit so I can get her feet in there, you know? We're still below the horizon line. Okay, there's save. I do think I have autosave on Jadu. Now the other one's gonna feel so empty. It feels so empty. Okay, let me complete this lady back here. It's not gonna take long. Oops, I don't want to lock to my canvas anymore. No. Oh no, empty space. My bad, bro. Nah, I want this. Because I wanted to draw her feet earlier, but... We're getting real close to the horizon line, so you're gonna start to see less of the top of her, the bottom of her. You're gonna start seeing less of the top plane here. Still gonna see it, just not as much. Actually, if you're doing a handstand, do your feet point up? I think they do. Depends on the person, honestly. Well, the reference I was using, I think, had the feet sort of tilted up. Those feet look fucked, though. That's not what it would look like. My bills, I'm gone. You could do the other image on a separate page? What do you mean? What you talking about, Jadu? I think this would actually be farther in here. I'm back making food. Hell yeah, dude. You're back from making food? Story, add page. It would turn your canvas kind of like into a comic, sort of, but it's all contained within one file. So you can do different things on different pages. I mean, that's what these folders are for, right? I got this folder here that's like the 3-point perspective. Then I got my 2-point perspective folder. My dude. I think I'll be okay with this. I'll be okay. I can tank it. Yeah, but because you change the canvas size, it changes everything for all the different perspectives, if you get what I mean. I mean, it just extends out the canvas on all of them. Like, it doesn't change the perspective. The grid's still the same. Like, if I turn the grid on this, it's not gonna make these wrong. I'm not sure I understand. Like, these are pretty accurate. Like, it's all still sort of lined up. Yeah, only need to wait. I'm making potatoes. Wow, it's a hassle cutting them all down. It sure is. Jadu, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, what am I doing? This would be going down. I just meant that if you want the canvas size to remain the same, but also have a separate canvas that has more space, that's an option you can do, all contained within one file. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind just drawing more characters, you know? I think that's what I'll do. I'll just draw more characters. I just want a little bit more of a curvature of that. You see how it, like, curves better now? Okay, back to drawing my freaking kawaii babe here. What do we got? Okay, let me find idle pose. Let's find an image, a reference I can use. This one's pretty generic. We'll just do that. Actually... one of these, probably. Let's do... This one looks off balance. This one looks boring. I like this one. Let's do this one. It's gonna be weird doing this from a top-down angle, but we'll try it. I'm gonna do it on a new layer. Let's do it on this layer. So first things first, the head is tilted. We'll reduce the opacity on this. They're also still kind of looking down, so I want the rotation to happen from a central axis point here. So it's gonna be more like this. Okay. I think the back of the head's a little long. We can come back to that. I'm gonna make it my brush a little bit bigger just because she's closer up to the camera. When do I get new emotes? For your channel? Whenever you feel like making them. Is that what you're saying, Kossi? I know that's not what you're saying, but... What up, Cat? What up, Milky? How you doing? How you doing, Milkarino? How's life? Today's just a little practice stream. 3-stream streak? Damn, dude. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. That's the hardest streak to say. Okay. What's another thing? The head tilts that way. The rib cage tilts away. Pretty extreme, honestly. I'm gonna draw the ribcage straight on first, and then I'll rotate it. Yeah, I know. I'm such a huge fan. Yeah. Too true. Too true. Elevate it on this side. So it's gonna have to rotate, and it's gonna have to elevate. So... Okay, so if I want to rotate this, we're gonna twist it that way. Twist it that way. So rotation this way. Elevation. Let's just do the rotation first. Okay. You sounded so sassy. I'm just reading it the way I assume you meant it. You just bully me all the time, dude. So I just assume everything you're saying to me is sarcastic. Was I wrong? Valid? Wow, pause. Or did I say something gay? What do you mean, pause? You're the one bullying me. That's not true. I don't say anything mean to you. Ever. I'm a little sweetie pie. I couldn't hurt a fly. Okay, my brush is a little big right now. Alright, what did we say? We have elevation on that side, rotation on that side. I need to tilt this back a little bit, so I'm going to narrow this in here. Ribcage feels a little big to me, but... Yesterday, you went all smart English words, so I wouldn't understand. I'm pretty sure I used very basic words. Don't hate the play it, dude. Hate the game, alright? It ain't my fault. If you said something gay, it was just because you're trying to be an ally. Happy Pride. That's right. Don't bully me, dude. It's Pride Month, and I'm Lebanese. That's what the L is in LGBT. It's my month, dude. You gotta treat me good. Yeah, well, I'm stupid. I plead the fifth. When he uses slang, it fries me. I don't know why. What's slang? Okay, not only is the head tilted, but the rib cage is pushed way farther this way. So I need to shift my rib cage over a little bit. Do something like that. I think I want that box to be rotated a little bit more. What the hell are we listening to? This goes on for a minute. I'm skipping this. I can't. I'm just... We're done with this song. You're so old, you don't even know what slang is. I know what slang is, dude. I'm just saying, like, what slang am I using? You think I don't know what slang is? I knew that. I was just testing you. Thanks. I'm glad I passed. I'm glad I passed your test. still think the ribcage needs to be a little bit smaller. This is a kawaii anime girl, so we do have to respect the size of her ribcage. She's gonna have a basically non-existent ribcage. For once, I actually caught what he meant. I think I'm the one who's confused right now. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Okay, this hip is going to come up. The hips need to be a little wider. She is the lady. The point is, you sound older than you actually are, so when you talk like people your age, it sounds funny. How old are you, dude? I guarantee you're probably my age. Or close to it. Let's hear it. What you got for me, huh? When's Milky's birthday? So you're like 40? Only if your mom's asking. Yeah, I am 27. Geriatric, bro. It's over. Why are you turning this around on me? You just sound older. Why are you getting defensive? What? Wait, you can roast my ass for days, but I'm immune from it. I can't do it back. That's not fair. I'm a feminist, dude. Everything's equal. 27's over. That's right. It's over. Nah, I'm just playing. I'm just playing, guys. Okay, now this leg needs to be way more elevated, so we're gonna have to tilt this up a whole lot more. Sorry you had to find out like this. He's not your stepdad. He's the dad that stepped up. That's right. Guys, I would be a good stepdad to all of you, okay? Not all of you at once. I don't want that. But, I mean, I'd throw the old pigskin around, you know? Bring you for some Sunday ice cream. I know low-key some of you guys want that life. I know you do. And you can have it by subscribing to my Twitch channel. You get the full dad experience. But you gotta pay money. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Where do the knees line up? Probably like here. Pelvis. My pelvis should be a little lower, I think. Rib cage. Rib cage higher for some reason. No, it's fine actually. All 33 of your awesome viewers ice cream? Yeah, your mom's paying, though. All of your moms are paying. Okay? Why does it show the pelvis being so low there? Pelvis is so low. I don't have that much room in my apartment, guys. You guys are gonna have to probably share a bed. Actually, share a couch. I'm sleeping in the bed. I feel like the head needs to come forward more. I actually slept in one once. It was low-key comfy, and I'm not even joking. Out of 8 out of 10 spot. I have an empty closet right now. I have like no clothes, and I just keep my clothes in like a box next to my bed because I'm the most generic like man there is. But so I do have quite a bit of room in my closet. I think this needs to come back in space. This leg's gonna come forward. And then this leg is going basically straight down. No, this leg is going straight down, sorry. Oh my god, a mouse? That's right. It's me, Glad. Welcome in. The closet's mine. I already called it. Alright, to each their own, dude. You guys can fight it out. Just don't get blood on my hardwood. That's all I ask. How you doing, Snackster? I'm good, Gladster. How you doing? It was a trip and no one wanted to sleep with me. I had to resort to sleeping with someone's mother, which I was not doing, so I went into the no lights gigantic holes closet. Couldn't be me. When life gives you lemons, dude. Hey Glad, how's your feet? Look who it is. How you doing, Boba? Hmm. If Snack had the offer to sleep with someone's mother, I think he would jump at the chance. You know me too good, dude. Burning and swollen, that operation was 10 days ago. It feels like it was so much longer, dude. What was the operation for? She broke her foot. You didn't see, like, the x-rays in the Discord? It's crazy. Why is it that with so many things happening, it seems like nothing's actually happening? Were you having, like, existential thoughts about the world? Or are you talking about my stream? Okay, this arm comes down, back, actually. How's your day been? Not too bad, Ollie. Not too bad. I do gotta wrap up probably at the 4-hour mark, because I'm supposed to go to a barbecue with the homies. And I still gotta go pick up some meat. Mafusa, respectfully, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Give me 2 seconds here. Bro has a life outside of Twitch? That's right, I do. I'm just so freaking popular, dude. What can I say? This leg looks too small. Relative to the rest of the body, it's like way too small. There's like some weird shit going on here. I think my ball needs to be bigger here. I'm gonna add the floor grid just because I'm a wee bit confused right now. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the red grid. Is that the red one? No. Is that the red one? I'm tweaking right now. What the hell? Nothing's happening. Why can't I get rid? There we go. You guys saw that, right? I was clicking on it. It wasn't doing shit. Okay, time to stand up. Snack fix me? What's their fix? Haha. Jeremy Almighty Mouse. What's going on? What's going on, Big N? This fucking headache, bro. Take a hot shower. The steam helps to dissipate the blood in your brain. This is medical advice, okay? I'm a doctor. Sue me. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Please don't sue me, guys. I can't afford a lawsuit. I gotta clean the shower first? Tragic. Okay. It's basically the width of the feet, so it would be the same width, like, roughly here. Also, this chat is your reminder to periodically replace your shower lierns. I've got one of your frames done if you want to see. Hmm? I dropped it in Snack's art share in case he wants to see it too. Of course. Of course I want to see. Uh-oh. A downloadable thing. Okay, my computer did not die. Is it a cookie dough ball? I think this foot needs to be more. Cookie Monster type beat? Oh, I see. Makes sense. Ollie the cookie. So, Ollie, are you a literal cookie then? Is that what it is? Okay, this arm is supposed to bend down and out. And then this arm... I'm actually going to steal this arm because I like it better. This is going to come forward. What up, Cut? How you doing, big dog? You shouldn't have answered that. He's a mouse. He'll eat you and leave no crumbs. I could fuck with some cookies right now. I'm not gonna lie. I could fuck heavy with some cookies. I partake in just a small amount of cannibalism. Do you eat like other cookie balls, or is it like auto cannibalism where you eat yourself? I feel like it's kind of you're like a cookie ball that hunts other cookies. That kind of sounds crazy. This shit just feels really broken. I think we're like really, really in a weird perspective territory now. Maybe I do this a little bit. I think the current lore is a mimic disguised as a cookie, hence the teeth, which is a fun twist. Okay. Vibin' squared? That's a lot of vibin', bro. Okay, I gotta do some measurement shit. I think my head needs to be a bit bigger on this character. Torso also. How are you, Snackaroni? Anything fun or exciting happening this week in the mouse world? Not really. Nothing too crazy. I've been taking it kind of easy lately. I've just been chilling. I gotta go to a barbecue soon, so I'm probably gonna wrap up stream in the next 20 minutes-ish. Other than that, nothing too wild's been happening. Yeah. I got my blood drawn on Monday, and I almost fainted, so that was interesting. I have gotten blood drawn before, and it's basically been the same thing every time where I almost faint, so, you know, it's not... It was kind of what I expected, to be quite honest. I don't have a fear of needles. I don't know why I faint. It's just the way she goes. I did faint last time I got my blood drawn. Not a fan of blood. I don't hate blood, actually. It doesn't... Well, I mean, that makes me sound insane. No, I don't have, like, a fear of blood or anything. I don't like the concept of blood moving inside my own body. So maybe that's it. Okay, now the head feels too big. I also feel like the head is not cubic enough. Interesting? Interesting what? What, are you gonna drain my blood, dude? I thought you were only into milk. I've had so many blood samples taken recently, it's wild. I did donate a little blood a while ago, which was an interesting experience. I see. I'm not a well-nourished person and forgot to eat before I went. I ate. I just know, like, it's happened twice now. So it's probably just, like, a weird psychological thing. I looked it up afterwards, because I don't have needle fears. Like, I don't have any issues with vaccines. I get dry needling done basically every, like, 2 weeks at this point. It's definitely not a needle thing. Could be a blood thing, maybe. I don't like the idea of blood getting pumped out of my body, but it's not like... I don't have, like, a phobia of it. But then I looked it up, and a lot of, like, people are saying it's, the hell is it called? Vasovagal response or something like that. Basically, your body is reacting to the drop in blood pressure. So it could be that. Could be a bazillion different things. Who knows? I could say something, but I'm gonna end up looking weirder than normal, so better not. No, you gotta say it now. You can't be doing that. You can't come in here and be like, I'm gonna say some crazy shit. Nah, just kidding. Let's hear it, big dog. Don't worry. If we make fun of you, we're doing it as a family. I think my pelvis is also too high there again. I like blood. It tastes good. All right, you should have not said anything. I don't know why you would say that. It's crazy. Insane. But in my defense, I've only tasted mine, and I'm iron deficient, so it doesn't have a metal taste. You got that sugar blood, dude. Fair enough. All freaky, dude. Mosquito in our midst, y'all. Get him. Mosquito OP. I could imagine a vampire trying like it's a vintage wine. I know there's like a thing where like edgelord chicks will keep like a vial of their boyfriend's blood on them. Is that the type of shit you guys are talking about? I've heard that before. I've had girls ask me if they could like keep my blood. I had one girl ask me that actually. Very interesting concept. Oh, still waiting for Mero to bring me a vial of his blood to wear on a chain. Oh my god. Okay, I missed it. Sorry, I missed it. I just said that, you kink-shaming little rat. Look, dude. Whatever gets your dick hard, alright? I'm not judging. I'm just saying. It's a strange request. Friendly fire. Mero, what are you waiting for, dude? Hook it up. I am the crazy goth NB of your dreams. What can I say? I'm not even sorry. What's an NB? Hello, Nithrin. How you doing? How you doing there, Nithrin? Nen B. N B by. I don't get it. Not to be confused with NB, which means non-black. I did not think you were saying non-black. That is a very funny term, though. I'm gonna start using that when people sound white. Non-black, actually. I'm a person of little color. I want to be a vampire too. Vampires are based. I feel like the vampire versus werewolf debate, it's like vampires are very clearly the obvious choice. I've returned. I'm doing good. Hell yeah, dude. Pigment deficient. Exactly. I don't. There's like something still really weird about the head here. It's bugging me. I prefer werewolves over vampires. Like, I'm gonna be real, when growing up to Twilight, I always disliked Edward. I don't want to wake up with no fucking clothes in the middle of the woods covered in blood, dude. That just sounds like not fun. If I'm gonna be covered in blood, it's gonna be on my own terms. Plus, you get to be hot and immortal. I don't really go out in the sunlight much anyway, so it's not gonna make a huge difference to my life. I dislike Edward too, but still like vampires. That's honestly, sparkling in the sunlight is like the least of my concerns. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to just be a little twinkly boy in the sunlight. It's like not a big deal. I'll be real, ripping the jugular out of my enemy's neck sounds pretty cathartic. I think the downside with being a werewolf, though, is it's not enemies. It's just like people in the woods. You'd probably just be killing hikers all the time, you know? I'm already tragically vampire flavored, so I'll settle for draining, I guess. No comment. Drain away, king. They just straight up turning into wolves, which is interesting. They don't, though. They turn into weird freak-like creature things. And it rips all your clothes. You know how much clothes you'd have to buy, dude? You'd have to be like, you'd have to check the weather every day. You'd have to know if it's a full moon. And then if it's a full moon, you'd have to wear your fucking bad clothes and lock yourself in like a cage or some shit. Like, how do you go to work like that? Twilight vampires would thrive in society with all the glitter? No, honestly, they'd probably just be considered like a superior race if they were like, if they existed here today. This shit still don't look right. This needs to be thinner, I think. I'm pro-cognizant werewolf after the first transformation. Only eating hikers who litter Envirowolf. The woke wolf, dude. Werewoke. I don't know why you go for hikers when there are deer and moose and shit. Well, you'd probably do it all. Like, I feel like, you know, like, if you've ever played, like, The Witcher or something like that, whenever you go into, like, an area and, like, basically all of the animals have been completely destroyed, and there's, like, a missing kid in the village or some shit like that, you're just like, oh, fuck. There's something out there. It'd kind of be like that, you know? I don't think you would just, like, exclusively go for hikers, like, you have an appetite for hikers. But... Some say life is short, but others say I live to tell stories. Very deep. Oh, it's like what we'd prefer being? If it was to... I'd prefer to be a vampire, but I prefer to be pals with a werewolf over a vampire. Oh yeah, I guess werewolves seem chiller, you know? Vampires just seem like snooty assholes, you know? It's so enjoyable to distance myself from myself, yet why do I always end up feeling empty in the end? I don't know, dog. I don't know. That's a tough one. Oh, and Loki, I did restart my novel, but I've got an awesome book idea, so Loki, I'm all set. Also, happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. I may be straight, but I don't hate. Could you imagine if being a werewolf was a metaphor for being on your period the entire time? That's crazy. Well, you know, if you told a girl that to her face while she's on her period, you'd probably get torn to pieces too, so go for it. You're not wrong. Imagine being straight. Are you gay, Milky? Now's the time. It's Pride Month. I gotta treat you a little nicer if you are. Just a little. Bro, no, never make that metaphor. It's not me making it, dude. It's chat. Don't put this shit on me. I'm pure. I'm wholesome. I'm an ally. Okay, this feels a little bit better. Oh, then I'm so gay, dude. Spoken like a straight woman. You need me to be nice to you that bad? Adorable. Someone pull the first punching mouth VOD. The fist punching mouth VOD. Oh. We're gonna have the head look up, I think. It's gonna make more sense. I'm bi-curious, okay. That has to count for something. The 50-50 split, dude. You're like Blade. Flat is back. Thank you. I thought nobody would take it away from me, dude. Sweet release. Hello, it's me again. Hello, Harem Time. How you doing? Sorry, Harem Time. Gotta give that spine a break. That's right. I'm so used to seeing the boobs that it's weird to see them flat. Nithrin, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the Twitch chat, Nithrin. Damn, another YouTube convert. I think this needs to shift over. This also needs to shift over. I want just more of an arc on this whole, like, scenario. YouTube took so long to load, and I don't have the patience. So I swapped. What is it? Why do I get a big warning around your name that says possible ban evader? You've been getting, like, chronically banned on Twitch, or what? I don't know. Okay. I'll allow it. I ain't no snitch, dude. Don't worry. I just made my account now. Ah, that's what it is. If you make brand new accounts on Twitch and then immediately start chatting in somebody's stream, they get pretty suspicious, but don't worry. Bring the titties back, do a jiggle? Shit, you know it jiggle, Jadu. You know it be jiggling. God damn. You guys are so impatient. Jiggle it for me, boy. Sir, yes, sir. Still feel like this is kind of weird. I'm wondering if bending the leg out, the foot out would help. Foot in, maybe. There's just, it doesn't feel, it feels very stiff to me, this whole pose. What if you bring the model higher and you get a fat ass redeem? I don't want to steal your ideas, dude. I don't want to steal your ideas. I'll leave it to you, okay? You enjoy that fat ass, all to yourself. Dude, my ideas are yours. Be careful. I will steal your ideas. I'm giving them to you as a gift. Dude, this is like a Trojan horse. There's something weird going on here. Why are you being so nice to me? Is it because I'm Lebanese? The L in LGBT? I'm nice to my twinks? You think I'm a twink? Chad, what do you guys think? Twink or bear? What's the consensus? They're plotting, that's why they're being nice. Why is twink censored? It's not. I can see it. I'd say bear. I'm pretty sure you work out enough that you would have gone through twink death already. Possible. Obviously, he's a mouse. That's the right answer. I feel like you're in the middle of bear and twink just by your voice. Uh-oh. We'll never know. How much body hair do you have? I have, like, just hair on the front, so... If you draw my body... It's kind of like... that, and then a little bit like here-ish. Gave himself a slutty waist. Extra slutty, dude. We discussing Snack's body? Always. Always. Double rainbow. Not that I'm kicking you out, but you aren't gonna be late for your barbecue. I'm still waiting for my freaking homies to answer me, dude. My buddy sent me a message and he's like, hey, we're all splitting an Uber. And I'm like, okay, what time? I literally answered him within the minute he said that, and then now all of my friends are offline and not answering. So, I hate these motherfuckers, dude. We live, by the way, we all live like a block from each other. And then I know what's gonna happen. They're gonna get there, and then he's gonna look at his text message. It's fine. I don't mind walking. I just want to know what's going on. Elbow drop that motherfucker. Unfortunately, he'd probably beat my ass, dude. He does Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and he's been doing it for a while now. Probably fuck me up. I could probably, like, definitely intimidate him more, though. He's very intimidatable. It's okay, my friends don't even check their phones until a week after I message them. That kind of sounds like me, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really, really bad at answering messages and looking at messages. I'm not a huge fan of texting, dude. I really think texting is, like, the worst thing that's ever been invented. It just, like, causes so much, like, social pressure to be always ready to respond to people. I fucking hate it. I think this hand needs to be bigger. I answer faster the more I like somebody. Everybody that messages you now is gonna be like scanning that in their brain and being like, where do I land on the Nox spectrum of likability? I pretty consistently just don't answer messages right away. I'll see them, and then I'll just be like, you know what? I don't really want to have a conversation right now. I usually have my notifications on, so someone texts me, I almost guaranteed to respond immediately. I don't. I have, like, most notifications off. I think this needs to be farther down. Good, they should. What up, Venosa? How you doing, dude? I also answer depending on how much I like people. It's either not at all or sometimes in the next 30 days, maybe. Damn. I answer less the more I like somebody because I don't want them to think I'm desperate for their approval. Oh, relatable, I guess. Sometimes you just gotta be like, do I let them wait just so they don't think I'm like a needy little puppy? Most of the time, I don't give a fuck, though. Pose does not translate very well. I just answer when I see it, unless I forget, then you gotta wait a week. I don't like that, because I feel like I check my phone sometimes, and then I'm like, I don't have the patience to get into a full-ass conversation right now. I'm actually gonna kill these motherfuckers, though. 10 minutes later, still not answering me. If they've left already, I'm killing them. Okay, guys, I am going to wrap up stream. I think it's a good time to wrap up. Let's raid into Crim's stream, just because she raided us yesterday, so might as well. Say hello, and then I'm going to go figure out what the fuck's going on with my plans. Set up this raid here. Thank you all for coming out. If you want live notifications, we're going to be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you join the Discord. That way you can get live notifications. You just go to the rules channel and toggle on the live notification roll. It's a little purple react button. And if you want feedback on your work or critiques, make sure you post the critiques channel. If I'm live and you're in chat, give me a little reminder and maybe we'll do it. Very mood dependent, but anyways, thanks for coming out. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.